One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. That probably means it's going to go up to the end. Hello, mate. Yeah, yeah. I was just saying I'm getting a pinch out, but it needs the rain cover. Yeah, yeah. The rain cover's in the way, but I can guide you. Now, if that's easier, if you want to move the rain cover out of the way instead of taking the rain cover off. Maybe that's a hard part of like. So I think if you just yeah, that's off there. Marine cover. So I think if you literally just zoom in there without moving anything, pretty much. So yeah, hopefully. So I think we'll try and zoom in as much as we can. Keep going. Quite a bit to be fair. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going a bit more. And then stop right there. And can you tilt up a touch? And then pan to the left a touch if you can pan to the left. Don't worry if not. Is it not?
Oh, that was zoomed up.
I was thinking, I was thinking.
Oh, it was zoomed down like that.
So I would. So that's pretty much bang on there in the centre. It needs tilted up more. That's what. Yeah, I know it's in line there. Trying to adjust that. So. Yeah, then I would zoom in a touch. Drop it a bit down. No, is it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Try and go in. Keep going in. Keep going. No, it's annoying. Sorry, mate. It's me just not for the wicket keepers. You need to go down a touch now. It's so filthy, man. Yeah. No, no, I think that's actually fine. You know, if you can, maybe if you can, pan it to the right, like literally the tiniest touch, but it's not massive. If you can't move it, I'll just leave it. Don't worry too much. But I would say that's them out there. Yeah, leave it there. That's perfect. That's enough room for the wicket keeper. Sorry. What we'll do, Jason.
You know what you're doing.
Are you okay doing the
Yeah.
wingers?
Could you pop one of them just for the women's game?
Stop.
Pop that extra large shirt
And I
on.
might
Yeah.
get you to do the
No dramas.
Yeah.
first innings of the men's, just because audio, and then I'll jump on for the last innings. But that might change, but if you're happy with that, but obviously just give us a shout when you're free. Are you wanting? Yeah, yeah. Are you wanting my meal? Are you okay just like a normal meal? Cool. I'll get two. You can have mine as well.
Hopefully that rain stays away.
That's literally bang on.
Yeah, hopefully.
And then just sitting there.
Sam,
Yes.
what was the veggie option today?
Shepherd's pie.
Shepherd's pie. Do you want the shepherd's pie, Jason? Yeah. What was the normal option?
Pork Sunday lunch.
Pork Sunday lunch. Yeah, perhaps just 2 Sunday lunch. Cheers, cheers, sir. Right, so that's bang on. I'm going to go over just in the yes, like. So if you're happy with that, just have a few little niggly. Go ahead. set up your monitor, I'll just let you set up the tripod and everything. Adjusting, yeah. Camera. That's absolutely bang on there. Sweet. See you in a bit, buddy.
Josh, you want a pork Sunday lunch or vegetarian shepherd's pie?
Sunday lunch, please. Thank you.
yeah?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Yeah, Rob, nice to meet you, man. Sorry I'm a little bit
Dramas.
late, just catching up with friends. How you been? You good?
Yeah, cruising.
Nice.
Cruising.
Nice.
Cannot complain.
You done much country before, or?
Did a little bit in high school. Bit of football. I haven't done anything really for about 3-4 years now, but just talking to it really and that with the mic.
No better job in the world, mate.
Yeah.
Whereabouts in Australia are you from?
New Zealand.
Oh shit.
Nah.
I was thinking, I was like, are you Aussie or New Zealand?
It's a 50-50 to be fair, and since being over here, I think the latter's always kind of been Aussie.
Yeah.
Ross, by the way, we'll be looking after the streams. So
Sweet.
we have a Roman camera on top as well.
Okay.
So we only have one Roman camera, so just we don't cut straight away until the guy finds them all. Are you happy? Headset?
Yep.
So can
Yep.
you just
I tinkered around with it a little bit to
Yeah.
fit.
So just make sure that is pointing sort of directly, because Infinity these are they're good, but they're very like directional.
Fickle, yeah.
Yeah. So let's make sure our headset too. Annoyingly, the mixer is in and out. We haven't got any Atmos anyways to start with because of copyright stuff and the music and everything.
Sure.
So you'll not be able to hear each other, but just have one
Yeah.
off. I believe you're gonna have stick line on. Correct.
I can't go back now.
So yeah, and then just I'll be in there just mixing the audio evenly sound. Just
Happy days. Easy.
piece of this.
Yep. Grand.
Fucking hell, they put together a full comms order for Friday. Gotta be nice.
So I haven't taken all mine, I'll tell you right.
Okay, yeah. How do I pronounce your surname, by the way?
The geese.
Vergeest, so Josh Vergeest.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, we hear some awful
Good morning and welcome to Banks Homes Riverside on this Sunday morning in early July. Durham women against the Blades. It's a double header for both of these clubs today. Durham men against Notts Outlaws later. You are listening and watching everywhere around the world on the Durham Cricket live stream in association with DAFA News as Holly Armitage leads the Durham women out to the middle. They have won the toss here this morning, and looking out at the pitch and spending a little bit of time out there in the middle beforehand, I'm not surprised that Holly has decided to have a bit of a bowl first. The teams have been released. We'll quickly run through those for you. I think Durham, from Friday night's big win over Lancashire women, have just made one change to a winning team, and that's Emma Marlowe in for Grace Thompson. So Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Bess Heath, Heather Graham, Mia Rogers will have the gloves, Emma Marlowe, Catherine Fraser, Sophia Turner, Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick is the Durham 11. And for the Blaze, they, I believe, have only just made one change as well. Ella Claridge comes in for Tammy Beaumont, who I would suspect has been pulled out by England ahead of that landmark test match against India that's kicking off on Friday. So their team is Marie Kelly, Georgia Elwis, Catherine Bryce, Charlie Knott, Sarah Bryce with the gloves, Emma Jones, Prisha Thanawala, Ella Claridge, Kirsty Gordon is the captain, Josie Groves and Maria Andrews. So as we say, Durham win the toss, decide to have a bowl, and I'm delighted to say I've got Josh Vergeest alongside me. Very good morning to you, Josh. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Excited to view some good cricket on a Sunday.
I think it's going to be Trudy Johnson to kick things off from the Finkel end. Power play, obviously, for the first 6 overs. So Holly Armitage has given her seam bowler. She's given her 2 on the leg side, deep backward square and long leg to start. A double header of Durham v Nottinghamshire cricket today. She'll start with a wide. As I say, Mia Rogers has the gloves. It'll be interesting to see where Holly Armitage goes at the other end from the Lumley end as to who partners Trudy Johnson opening the bowling. I wouldn't be surprised if it's spin, but we'll wait and see on that. This pitch has been used before. It is very green, as you can see on your screen. This was used for the England women v New Zealand women game, the very first international of the summer. And that's pulled down to long leg, and Marie Kelly gets the scoring off the bat underway. Forecast is a little bit iffy throughout the day. It's changed over the last 48 hours or so. It was meant to be clear all day, and I'm sure when we get to a wide shot at the end of the over, you'll see that the overheads are a little bit... Don't even have to wait till the end of the over. Yeah, some overhead clouds kicking in. Hopefully the rain can stay away. It's going to be another wide for Johnson.
Helmet been run on.
Yeah, don't mind this from... I don't know who would have made the call, whether it would have been Holly or Mia herself behind the stumps, but I don't mind it. We've obviously, it's been well talked about from a test cricket point of view, but I think in limited overs as well, just making sure that Georgia Elwis, the star of her innings, has to make sure that she's in her crease. Johnson's got to get the line right, though. If you don't get the line right, that is the issue you face with the keeper up to the stumps. That's going to be 5 wides. So, difficult start for Trudy Johnson from the Finkel end this morning. That's better.
Very good response. Couple looseners to start proceedings here. be
Yeah.
looking to kind of hit that line and length for the remainder of this over, I think.
Yeah, and with the two being back on the leg side, I think Armitage does want Johnson to bowl straight, but as we say that, a change in the field now, deep point now goes out and long leg comes up. But with that field, it was very much try and bowl straight, but that's where the errors can come in. That's better. That's exactly where you want to be aiming for. It's good keeping from Rogers as well behind the stumps. Durham aren't exactly short of wicket keepers in this squad. Obviously, Bess Heath can take the gloves as well. But I think Mia, since some point last year, I think maybe Bess Heath picked up an injury and Rogers took the gloves, and it's kind of been her gig since. Attempted drop and run. And this is where the fielders, Josh, have got to back the bowler up, especially after a bit of a nervy start. You've got to make sure that those singles there aren't no easy ones or no drop and runs available.
Just kind of plug away and force the bat into a mistake. Go searching for a shot that isn't there.
That's a lovely shot. That's really good. We talked about long leg had just been moved out. Even if it was still out there, I don't think the fielder would have got round to that. Emily Wins is out there at deep backward square. That was just a very, very good cricket shot.
Touch too short and yeah, latched on real nicely.
Doesn't seem to be too much movement early on. Obviously, with the white ball, it's predominantly aimed for batters to get big scores, but sometimes there is some movement kicking about early doors, but doesn't look like there's too much for Johnson as she comes to end a very long first over.
Which will continue.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised looking at the teams that Grace Thompson wasn't picked for this game. I'm not sure if that's just a tactical pick or there's something more, but Durham have obviously gone well so far. They're third in the table, 27 points, eyeing up a first trip down to finals day in a couple of weeks. And a better end to the over. 13 off it for the Blaze.
Ideal seam bowling conditions as well here. Just be looking for the pitch to kind of give the seamers a bit of assistance.
Looks like Rogers is going to stay standing up. See what the field is for Kelly. It's going to be the overseas Heather Graham to start things off from the Lumley end. Been a very astute signing by the club. She's done really well, leading wicket taker in the Blast this year, joint with Maddie Villiers. 13 wickets for those two, 6.6 economy and averaging just 16. So very good stats for Graham. After a little bit of confusion between the batters, it's a comfortable two. I think Kelly was a bit more keen to get back. Oh no, I think it was Elwes. She was already halfway down the track, and Kelly was a bit like, "Do I come down?" And eventually they got through. Pulled away. It's going to be a chase out. I think that's Sophia Turner out there, and the ball's going to win it. So Kelly getting in on the axe as well, and it's definitely not warning signs or alarm bells for Durham, but they just haven't quite started well enough so far.
Just been a little bit too loose. Struggled to kind of find their spot so far.
This one's dropped out to deep cover. As we mentioned with Tammy Beaumont, both these clubs missing players to international duty. Obviously, the Blaze, the club of the England women's captain, Nat Sciver-Brunt, and Amy Jones. Lauren Filer, from a Durham perspective, is away with the squad ahead of that monumental World Cup final later this afternoon. 3:30 start for that game against Australia at the home of cricket. Wishing Lauren and all of the England team the best of luck as they go searching for their first World Cup success since 2017, also on home soil.
Good dot.
Yeah, I don't mind that. There's something there for Graham. Maybe she's a bit more of a lateral mover than Johnson, but also don't mind going a little bit fuller earlier. You know, you think of the power play, you're thinking that just traditional line of length, so maybe just a little bit of a change up and catch Kelly unaware. Ooh, just evades the dive of mid-on. Kelly moves into double figures, and another solid over for the Blaze. Gets their scoreboard moving on to 25 without loss from 2. Wasn't perfectly timed, maybe slightly early through the shot. Can't quite make out who that is at mid-on, but she's running around a long way and just trying to get around, just unfortunately not able to get enough contact behind it, and it's just the one over for Trudy Johnson at the start of power play. Holly Armitage turning to one half of her spin duo. Katie Levick is going to come into the attack very early on. Heather Graham down in front of us at a long on, and Cal corner as well, with the 2 fielders out. And that's going to be another boundary. Elwys joining her opening partner in the mood, and the Blaze, Josh, I don't think we'll be too mad that they lost the toss and got put in at this point.
No, the rate they're going, I think they'll be ecstatic. Latching on to... Didn't look all that short, but short enough to pull it in between that region.
Follows up, similar length. Half-hearted, maybe a little bit more than half-hearted appeals, but don't think that really had much going for it, that LBW appeal. But there is, that's encouraging for Levick as well, that there is something there, and obviously that will be of interest to Armitage, knowing she's got Maddie Villiers as well to turn to. Obviously Levick the leggy, and Villiers just offering more traditional off-spin, but the fact there's something there in the 3rd over for the spinners. So Elwys uses the feet, but can't beat Sophia Turner in close. And a good comeback from Levick after that first ball. 4 dots to follow. Is she going to have a short 3rd? Yeah, Sophia Turner's just ran. Oh, so Heather Graham and Cal Corner are still there. And we'll go to that fielder out in the deep, which is Maddie Villiers. And just 5 off that over. So a little bit of calm for Durham off that 3rd over, but the Blaze still very happy to trundle along at 30 without loss.
Really utilising the power play nicely.
Decent crowd already building here at Banks Homes Riverside ahead of not only the men's T20 later on this afternoon, but making sure they're getting behind the girls as well, and also everything else that's going on around the country. Today it's a bit of a festival of sport if you're in the UK. Today, F1 at Silverstone, it is going to be Maddie Villiers to come in from the Lumley end. Yeah, there's a lot of sport going on around the country today, and there could be a lot of joy, there could be a lot of heartbreak at the end of it. That's the joy of sport, being able to go through it all in real time. And Maddie Villiers strikes! Durham's now leading wicket taker in the Blast this year. Takes just 2 balls to dismiss Georgia Elwis. A big hoik slog sweep across the line, and the bails are removed. Durham desperately needed that. Villiers strikes the Blaze 30 for 1.
Big wicket. The Blaze kind of just cruising these opening 5 overs, 3 overs. A touch too full to kind of sweep. I don't think Durham will be complaining at all.
Absolutely not. You take the offers, you take the wickets when they come around, and the good thing about the Blaze, though, for their point of view, is that they do have, while they may not have Nat Siver-Brunt, Amy Jones, Tammy Beaumont, who's a big loss, they do welcome Catherine Bryce and also her sister Sarah back from international duty, where they had a really good game against Ireland first up for Scotland at the World Cup. I think they put on a 100 partnership together, and then they were involved in the wickets as well. Obviously, Sarah behind the stumps and Catherine with the ball. So a good start for the Blaze. Obviously, Durham happy that they got the wicket, but Catherine Bryce has now got 2.5 overs left of the power play. A lot of flight there from Villiers, really offering Bryce the opportunity to see it, but
It's been an inspiring change, turning to spin.
yeah, I'm not surprised after Levick got a few to turn very early on that Armitage has decided to turn to Villiers as well. I think realising that this was still a key moment of the game, even though it's still early, you don't want to let a bad start turn into an unsavable
For sure, yeah.
unsavable start. So yes, it's not ideal. You probably turn to Levick and Villiers early, but you can make up the overs later on. You can find overs from somewhere else. You know, whether that's Sophia Turner, whether that's, Trudy Johnson. I don't think she'd bowl that bad again. But it's good game awareness, just realising that you needed to get a grip of the game again. Especially as well after losing the toss. Or no, winning the toss and choosing to bowl. If the Blaze had got to 50 or 60 off the power play, then
Just gets away from you a little bit.
yeah, you're looking at have you made the wrong choice here, and I think it's good captaincy and awareness from Armitage to turn to her spin duo.
That is the beauty of T20 cricket as well, is that you can chop and change. Short spells aren't necessarily bad spells, but an expensive 2 overs have really pulled it back here, Durham.
Yeah, it was 25 for none off 2, and it's now 32 for 1 off 4. So definitely the Blaze taking the early initiative. Durham have now sort of wrangled it back a little bit as the wind starts to pick up a little bit here in the northeast. And it's going to be another bowling change. Armitage going to give Trudy Johnson another go from the Finkel end.
Clipped away. We'll beat the field, and that'll be 4 more to the Blaze.
Yeah, very nice shot. Just slightly too errant on the pads there from Johnson. Obviously struggled first over. Mia Rogers coming down and having a word with her bowlers. Has she seen something from Kelly that maybe she can offer a bit of insight as the ground staff get to put their feet up for a little bit? Obviously an early start and a very busy week for Vic and his crew. The international here on Wednesday. The girls playing on Friday as well, and obviously the doubleheader today. That's a really good shot. It's not an overly bad ball. If you're going to be hypercritical, yes, again, it's slightly leg side, but that's just a very good cricket shot. There's nothing really you can do about that. Very good from Kelly. She moves to 21 off 10.
Yeah, those are the sort of shots as a bowler you kind of ask yourself, what am I supposed to do?
And that's even better. That's a cracking shot. In the slot from Johnson, so after the first 2 balls as well, just going for 4s, just backing up. You know, there's a little bit of movement, there's a fair bit of flight in there, but Kelly's got going. She's not gonna miss out on that. This is turning into a very, very good power play for the Blaze. Leg side has been reinforced. Maddie Villiers is now out at deep mid-wicket. Should be able to keep this to 1. And this is, it's got the feeling already a little bit here, Josh, that the senior bowlers, the senior players for Durham, not only with the ball but also, you know, with the bat, they're gonna have to step up, and it will, as always, but it is always as a team effort, but it's going to be pronounced after this start to the power play.
Yeah, definitely. An expensive opening 2 overs for Johnson. Just seemed to kind of struggle to consistently get that line and length right. Always going to be under a little bit of pressure coming into her second over as well. The Blaze have responded nicely though to the loss of their wicket. Kelly in particular.
Good fielding. Very good fielding. Important there that that's only kept to 1 rather than potentially bursting through the outfield for, I think it's Sophia Turner in the covers that's done the fielding there. She is one of the leaders in this group. And the Blaze with 1 over left of the power play, 47 for 1.
Villiers to continue.
It's important if Villiers could get out of this with only conceding a further 8 to 10. That'd be huge for not only her but for Armitage as well as a captain. So that one's just played down to long on. It's long on, and it was deep mid-wicket. It will remain deep mid-wicket. I think Sophia Turner is now going out to deep backward square, and long on comes up into the circle. That's aerial. Very well taken as well by Trudy Johnson. That's not easy running back over the shoulder, especially after difficult start she's had with the ball, to put that behind her. And that's a huge wicket for Durham, getting rid of the very dangerous Catherine Bryce for just 2. Trying to go aerial over the top. Trudy Johnson running back and taking a catch. Maddie Villiers is the golden girl for Durham at the minute. Blaze 48 for 2.
Just tossed that one up a little bit. Enticed Bryce to kind of go over mid-off. I think she'll be a little bit disappointed she didn't get as much as she would have liked. Like you say, very smart catch, running back.
Like I say, there's a little bit of wind around. It's sort of coming and going in spurts, so it's difficult to sort of pick it up in the flight. And I mean, the obvious thing as well of not having the best start with the ball as the confidence dipped. Now it's really good skills from Trudy Johnson to hone in and get that catch. Charlie Knott is in at 4 for the Blaze, so no Sarah Bryce just yet. Video's currently 2 for 3 off 1.5 overs. Exemplary stuff from the off spinner, who will more than likely leave this game and go join up with England ahead of that test match. Is it 2-2? Think inside edge from Knott, but very bold choice. Reverse sweep, first ball. Blaze really trying to kick on.
It's not a bad option with this field.
So if you can beat short third, it is 4. Goes again. Can't get it again. Bowler's end. Don't think it was quite a clean pick up from Catherine Fraser. They'll get through for 1, but still an exemplary over from Villiers. Two dots, a wicket, and 2 singles.
I don't think Villiers will be too disappointed that she's reversing that for 1.
2 singles and a wicket to end the power play of 2 very different stories for Durham. Seam going the distance, but spin restricting the Blaze, who lose Georgia Elwis and Catherine Bryce during that power play. Marie Kelly looks in good touch though, and Charlie Knott new to the crease as Durham escaped the power play 49 for 2. Obviously, 6 overs gone. Power play restriction is over, so Armitage can spread the field and have 4 out, is what she's gone for, as Levick comes back into the attack. Unsurprisingly, it would have happened straight away anyway. It's just there is 1 less over, obviously, for Levick to bowl, having to bowl in the power play. That was gently turned away. I wouldn't be surprised if Levick just goes unchanged now from the Finkel end and just try and obviously take wickets, but also not go for too many runs.
Yeah, I think really attractive the way it spins kind of.
Oh, tough chance for the skipper. Diving away to the right-hand side. That's Kelly giving a life on 28. They did take a single there. You've got to hope that doesn't come back to bite Durham later on.
Spin just seems to be kind of doing the trick here at restricting the Blaze to kind of score as freely as they did.
Yeah, but maybe taking the pace off is the way to go, and that'd be the benefit for the Blaze in terms of batting first, but their bowlers sort of, I was going to say up in the changing room, but it's not for T20s. You're all down with the dugouts as that one's hoiked away leg side. Real big step from Kelly. Just kept to 1, but their bowlers will be looking at this going, okay, so maybe pace on, even with the seam attack, pace on's not the way to go. It's to take all the pace off and see if we can get a grip off the surface. But
Even
again,
if that means bringing in the same as when the power play's done, you've kind of got the luxury of having an extra 2 outside the ring.
exactly, there's multiple facets, but a very good over from Levick. Just 5 singles from that one, and the drop chance off Marie Kelly, who tried to burst it through cover or extra cover, and Holly Armitage, a very good diving effort away to her right hand side, but I think just as she came back down to earth, it kind of just spilt out the hands. As we said earlier, decent crowd in already for a day of cricket here at Banks Homes Riverside. If you do not have any current plans for this afternoon and are in the area, get yourself down here to the ground. This has already got the early markings of a good game. It's going to be a change. Catherine Fraser now comes in to replace Maddie Villiers, but if you are around, not got any plans, get yourself down here. Should be 2 cracking games of cricket on today.
It's a lovely shot. On bounce for 4.
Yeah, really good intent from not. I feel it's a little bit of an overused word, intent in T20s. You only have 20 overs, you got to go for it. But new bowler straight away, don't let them settle. Knows that no one's back on the offside, so if you can get it over and cleared, then you're in with a chance. And that's a good comeback from Fraser. You also do the fielding off her own bowling.
Good little 30-yard sprint.
Trying to work. I think that's Emily Windsor maybe at long on. There were maybe a little bit of a race to see who could get there first. That's edged and just doesn't carry to Judy Johnson at short. Third on the circle. There is something there for the spinners. It is just gripping or holding in the surface. Attempted shout for caught behind there. I don't think there was anything on it. It's a good take from Rogers regardless. Away to her left.
It's been a very good comeback. Following up from that first ball that was excellently played for 4.
And that's going to be another 4. That's a really good shot. Slightly overpitched from Fraser, just not as consistent as she would like, but it's got to be put away, and that was a really good shot from Knott. She moves into double figures. The Blaze 60 for 2 off 8, and just over 3,000 of you watching on the live stream. If you do like what you're hearing and what you're seeing and want to keep up to date with all the news and bits and bobs surrounding both Durham sides, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss live streams, interviews with players, head coaches, and just stay up to date with all things Durham cricket as we come towards the latter half of this season, where the women are going well in this competition, the T20 Blast. It's going to be a change here, Sophia Turner into the attack. And the men, well, they're not having the best of T20 campaigns, but I think the main objective was getting straight back out of Div 2 into Div 1, and that looks like it's going to be a very real possibility. This one's clipped away. May look for 2 here. The boundaries are quite big today.
Centre back.
Yeah,
Good
I think
good fielding.
eventually the right choice, and that's the importance of having your best fielders in those key spots. Maddie Villiers running around from deep mid-wicket, making sure that it's a clean pick-up and throw so that there is no opportunity for that second. And pretty much after that first or second ball, Josh, Mia Rogers, I think, has been exclusively up to the stumps.
You see it more and more, especially in the shorter format.
I think for me that's a bit of a sign that this pitch isn't as fast as maybe Armitage or the Durham bowlers were expecting, and if there was going to be those nicks, they maybe would not have carried through to Rogers if she was standing back. But then also, like you say, there is that massive tactical element. She's played some really lovely shots today, Kelly. That arguably is the best of them. A really nice lofted cover drive for 4. She got given a life on 28, and she's planning on making the most of it.
Again, not a half bad delivery. She's driven very well today, Kelly.
It's been a really good innings of respecting the good ball, like that one there. Maybe just a slight inside edge. Maybe not perfectly timed, but when there has been something to be hit, she's gone for it, and sounding really sweet off the bat. And obviously for the Blaze, they're hoping that she can go the majority of the way throughout the innings. If they can have her at one end sort of guiding it, then everyone else can sort of play off her. And it also allows someone like Charlie Knott to just spend a little bit extra time, you know, seeing what the pitch is doing, a little bit more reaction.
Get yourself in a little bit.
Yeah,
more.
and obviously they've got a little bit of depth to come. You know, Sarah Bryce. You know, they do have some big batting. She's obviously the big one. I would expect probably to see her in at the fall of the next wicket. But Durham could really do, after that opening burst from Villiers of getting those opening 2 wickets, they could really do with another one. 72 for 2 off 9. Currently going at 8 and over. Obviously, you're looking to try and push on a little bit at the end, but this has got the makings of a very good score for the Blaze. Yeah, like they say, it's not. I was going to say up in the changing room, but because it's a T20, you're all in the dugouts because it's so quick paced and everything. You've got to be ready to get your pads on and go.
No, I think these two. Well, Kelly's definitely approached this innings very well.
3 back on the leg side. It's going to be Heather Graham back into the attack from the Lumley end. So long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square. Long off is the fielder on the offside on the ring. Should just be 1. And yeah, I think it's very pointed that Armitage is putting her sort of her best or maybe most trusted fielders out there in the deep. You've got Emily Windsor, a deep backward square. Maddie Villiers seems to be doing cow corner to cow corner and just making sure that's high. I don't think it's got the distance. It doesn't. Heather Graham gets in on the act, and that's big. Kelly was given a life on 28. She only adds a further 9 before holding out in the deep. It's a good comeback from Graham after a pretty expensive first over, but she now tries to catch back up with Maddie Villiers in the wickets column, and Durham get their 3rd wicket. The Blaze 73 for 3.
It's a huge wicket. Very good knock from Kelly. Was seemingly scoring at a very quick rate, very easily.
The most important thing is she got a team off to a very good start in the power play. You know, obviously it is in the batter's favour of 2 fielders out, but sometimes maybe there's a little bit of a sense of not chewing up some deliveries, but just taking your time. But you know, yeah, very good innings from her to get going, and you know, Durham will just be happy that that missed opportunity when she was on 28 didn't cost them an extra 40, 50 runs. It was only 9. And it is Sarah Bryce to the wicket at 5 for the Blaze, as that one is given a leg side wide. Going to be given another one. Slower ball there from Graham at the back of the hand. Just a little bit of movement in the air, just taking it away from the intended area.
Extra seemed to be Durham's worst enemy so far this innings. Turned away for a single.
Yeah, that's Bryce off the mark.
I think it's going to be key for the Blaze now, just to kind of not be afraid to knock one into that gap for a 1, push for a 2, and if you don't get the 2, well, you're still kind of turning around over the strike. 2 newish batters at the crease.
I don't think we can put that down as a chance. That's nigh on impossible for Heather Graham to get in a follow through, but it is a dot. Just one ball left, obviously, with those 2 wides earlier in the over. As we come towards the halfway stage of the Blaze innings. Oh, attempted sweep or swipe across the line. I'm pretty sure that's bat into pad and just evades Mia Rogers. So at the halfway stage, the Blaze are 76 for 3, and it's been a decent-ish comeback this from Durham after, you say, the Blaze 25 for none off 2, 56, or no, 51 for 3 off the following 8 overs. It's a good comeback, and I like this move as well, going back to Katie Levick from the Finkel end. Going to stick with the heavy leg side field in terms of boundary riders. There's long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Deep cover is on the offside. I think as well, Josh, the point you made about pushing for ones, you want to try and force the fielders into a mistake, knowing that they're pushing for 2. So the fielders want to try and get a run out. That's where, you know, maybe you are slightly thinking about the run out already or which end you're throwing to. That's where a mistake could creep in. So, yeah, for the Blaze point of view, maybe try and put Durham under a little bit of pressure in that regard. Not steps out, leg side.
Levick's bowled excellently to her field. He's opening 3 overs.
Yeah, 12 off her first 2 overs and 2 balls. Would be 13 with that single. The other thing I've just noticed from just watching Levick and Armitage is that there's no confusion. They know what the plan is. You know, Katie is very clear about what she wants to bowl, how she's going to go about it. That is a very good sweep shot. Very good. Pierces the gap between those 2 fielders on the edge, and Knott now kind of needs to take up the mantle after the dismissal of Kelly.
It's not a big gap either. She's done very well to pierce it.
Yeah, there's very small. There's square leg and short third. Oh no, sorry, short fine leg. Knott again goes over to the leg side. He's going to get another boundary for it. Don't know whether it's her normal or a natural way for her, or what she's seeing Levick bowl. But she's finding joy from stepping all the way across her stumps and sort of exposing them and just waiting for the ball to turn and sort of hit the other way. You can see there, she's also taking LBW pretty much out of the equation by getting outside the line. There's a couple of boundaries mixed in with 3 singles. The Blaze are now 87 for 3. Just to finish up on my point was that Levick was very clear about what she was going to bowl, and Holly knew what fields to set, and there was none of the fielders were sort of looking around at each other going, oh, are you going out and am I coming in? Like, they all knew the plan, and here again as Villiers comes back from the Lumley end, it's very clear of, right, we're going to have 2 back on the leg side, long on and long off a back, straight away. And yes, a change of bowling, but that's barely taken, 45 seconds, and Villiers is pretty much ready to go. 2 wickets for her so far for just 4 runs, and that'll be a single off the first ball of this over.
She's definitely been the key to Durham's bowling today. Even not necessarily with the 2 wickets, but holding down an end to allow the Levick, when she did bowl with her, to kind of be able to create that pressure, take the pressure off her fellow bowlers.
It's what you want from one of your most experienced players. Obviously, he's had international taste with England. That's a very good shot from Knott. Very good use of the feet down the track. Comes with the risk of, if you miss it, you are more than likely going to be sent back on your way. But if you can get to the pitch of the ball and hit it down the ground as the rain starts to settle in here at Chester Street, as it is dark overhead, did worry that some rain would be kicking about. It's a full toss that's going to turn into a wicket. I'm just checking. Umpire's not giving a no ball for height, so that is a very odd way to take a wicket. It's definitely not the best ball Maddie Villiers has bowled. She won't care. Durham fielders get together and do a dance. It's the 4th wicket for Durham, and Villiers has 3. And Charlie Knott, understandably, is absolutely fuming with herself. Full toss, should have been hit for a boundary. Instead, she picks out the fielder at cow corner. And she's got to go for 29 off 20. Can Durham now make further inroads into this Blaze batting lineup?
Just followed her real nicely, using her crease to kind of step inside, and she's a nice full toss on the knee roll, unable to put it away.
Yeah. Emma Jones, the new batter for the Blaze, who after we've said that very quick start have sort of started to not stumble, but Durham have done well at bringing it back, and they'll be trying to make the most of this period now where there is a bit of rain around. As a bowling side, it's not what you want at all. You don't want that weather. As a batting side, it's a bit more advantageous, but obviously that'll be something both teams and obviously the umpires will be keeping an eye on.
Just touching on you talking about all the fielders know their roles, all the bowlers know their roles. I think that's also been real key. Durham have got through their overs very quickly today, and that creates real good rhythm within the squad. And as a batting side, it kind of doesn't get away from you, but all of a sudden 2-3 quick overs and it's 18 balls that not necessarily have been able to get away.
Exactly, just one off that final ball. 94 for 4. Maddie Villiers striking yet again. It also just means that you're not in a position where you get to the end of the game as the brollies start coming out in the crowd. It's also the you don't want to be at any risk of having to bring an extra fielder in for any sort of time of after the cut-off. So Durham have got another half an hour to get the final 8 overs in, which should be more than doable, as Sophia Turner's going to come back into the attack from the Finkel end. But yeah, you just want to make sure that from a competitive standpoint, as much as anything, you're able to have your entire contingent of boundary riders out. It's a good start from Turner. As you say, it's now 2 new batters-ish again. Even if Durham don't take a wicket in these next couple of overs, if you can sort of stifle them. Very good take. Very good take from Rogers. Jones trying to go reverse sweep and keep it fine to beat the fielder there. As while the women play, men's head coach Ryan Campbell takes in the view ahead of his team playing later. Him and Danny Hayes obviously stepping up to kind of lead the club, really, after Marcus North left to join the ECB as chief selector. Very good diving stop. Very good. I believe that is Bess Heath. Just on the mid-off circle. Yeah, Ryan Campbell obviously with his thoughts on later on today, but he's always preached that Durham need to be a strong club, and that involves the women's side as well over the last 18 months since their inception. So it's very good to see him coming down early and giving the girls his support.
It's been a very tight over this from Turner. Hit her length real nicely.
Oh, what a grab! That is brilliant. I believe that's Catherine Fraser on the edge of the ring there at backward point. You just mentioned Turner had kept it short and tight and tidy. And that is a stunning grab to get rid of Sarah Bryce as the rain comes down a little bit heavier. Durham now turning the screws. The Blaze 95 for 5. That's phenomenal work, leaping through the air on the edge of the circle. If that just is a little bit higher, that probably races away for 4. But Durham won't be thinking about that at all. That is brilliant fielding and athleticism from Catherine Fraser. That's something to talk about, the growth from last year. Sometimes key moments in the game like that, those chances would go down and then heads would drop with them. But having now a year of experience as a professional group and the confidence that winning gives you and being up at the right end of the table, you're more willing to go for those chances, to put yourself on the line, and it just helps breed it from start to finish. So Sarah Bryce just gone for 4 from 7, and she's got her international teammate to maybe give a slide dig to on the way out. Maybe Catherine Fraser's in the WhatsApp group after this game. A slide dig or two. Thanawala is the new batter. And it's just going to be 1 run and a wicket from Sophia Turner. Durham turning the screws, 95 for 5. Maddie Villiers to bowl out 3 for 11. Outstanding figures from her.
She's done a phenomenal job with the ball. Came in when a bit of a tricky time for Durham. She's practically changed the game here.
It's also the fact she'll probably come out and open the batting as well. I think that's been a really smart change. I'm not sure. Can't quite trace the origins of who instigated as that almost slides through Thanawala's attempted cut shot. Not sure if Maddie wanted that extra responsibility herself or what is the coaching staff. But it's really paid dividends. You know, batting with Armitage at top of the order, and that's just, again, that gives you batting group confidence of, you know, that you've got 2 openers that can get you off to a really good start. Emily Windsor's really experienced, really good at sort of first or second drop, and you know, it just speaks to that bigger dynamic of the group and breeding confidence and giving the rest of the batting order the freedom in a way to play the situation how they see it. And Maddie's got 4. Short ball, Thanawala tempted to pull, but can't beat the skipper on the edge of the ring. And Durham are doing extremely well right now to really claw the Blaze and bring them back under control. Thanawala goes for a duck, and the Blaze lose their 6th.
I think she'll be disappointed she didn't put that away.
It was a ball that's there to be hit. And maybe if that's a set batter, maybe that does go over the top. But we can talk about if, buts, and maybes till the cows come home. Durham will not care a jot. As the rain, it did pick up a little bit a few minutes ago. It's just started to pick up a little bit now. Obviously, with us playing with the white ball today, it's not as much of an issue compared to 4-day cricket, but it is something that we're hoping will kind of pass through. And normally Chester Street's actually quite good, you know, me and Ash and all the other commentators we've spoken about it, that we kind of are a nice pocket here and normally it misses us. So we're just on the edge of some rain here. Hopefully it doesn't disturb us too much. Claridge tries to get off the mark first ball, but very good fielding by Katie Levick at short fine leg.
It'll be interesting to see when the lights come on.
Yeah, I don't think we're too far away, to be honest, from the lights being brought in to the game. Tight single here. Direct hit from Maddie Villiers. She's convinced. Umpire's unmoved. A very risky single there from Ella Claridge. I'm not entirely sure what the thinking is there. I wouldn't be taking on Maddie Villiers when she's just picked up her 4th wicket. That's the end of the over. Blazer 98 for 6, but more importantly, Maddie Villiers ends her spell. 4 overs, no maidens, but 4 for 14. An outstanding job from Durham's spinner and opening bat. Villiers is the first to bowl out at 4. Johnson has 2. Graham has 2, soon to be 1, after she starts and finishes this over. Levick's got 1. Fraser has 3, and Sophia Turner has 2. So 6 overs left. Armitage has options. Surely Levick's got to bowl out from one end. To me, Josh, it maybe just a little bit of scrambled thinking maybe from the Blaze after the quick start, and we'll take nothing away from Durham. It's been a very good effort, but they've just struggled.
I think that's what Durham have done very well as well, as when they have taken wickets, they've taken them in sort of bulk. Haven't really allowed the Blaze to set, besides from the 2 very good starts. I think the Blaze will also be a little bit disappointed that they were just starts. They didn't really turn into any sort of big scores.
Yeah, Kelly 37, not 29. No one else has really got going above 10. Elwis 10 as the 100 comes up. Catherine Bryce 2, Sarah Bryce 4, Thanawala none. So if they would have been looking at in the power play, they would have been looking at, can we set 170, 180, and now it's probably, could we scrape 130, could we scrape 130 to 150 and try and really hold it back with the ball.
Been 6 down with 5 to go. You've got to factor in the lack of wickets you've got left.
The most important part here is this is another quick single. In the end, I think Armitage is quite happy to let them have 1. It would have potentially been overthrows because of the fielders being back on the leg side. But yeah, the most important thing right now is that the Blaze bat the 20 overs. You don't want to leave overs out there, so it might have to be a couple of overs here of just not taking too many risks in order to try and throw the bat at it at the death. You can throw the bat at it right now, but if you don't, if you miss, Heather Graham is going to hit. She picks up her second, and the Blaze are sinking very quickly here at Banks Homes Riverside. Another wicket gone. 7 down now, the Blaze, for just 101 on the board. Emma Jones goes for 4 off 9. Blaze skipper comes to the middle with her team in some strife. Kirsty Gordon in at 9, and as we were just saying, Josh, can 130, is 130 even achievable right now for the Blaze? It's the bare minimum of you have something to bowl at, really. Anything less than 130, unless Durham have a very similar collapse. But the way they've been going about their business, I don't think they will be concerned. Can you get to 130, 140 and just have something on the board? Catherine Fraser into the attack for a second over.
Yeah, I think it's just key now, setting a total that your bowlers have something to kind of work with. They would have been absolutely ecstatic with the start they had, but it was just a start.
It's been an innings of one-way traffic in a couple of senses. There was one-way traffic for the opening couple of overs, and since then Durham have shut the gates and they've been driving home their advantage as well. And again, as you say, just getting through the overs. You know, Graham got through her last over particularly quick. She has one more up her sleeve. Fraser's getting through hers particularly quick here. You know, from the Blaze, before you know it, you've only got 4 overs left and 3 wickets to play with. It's going to be another single tucked away to the leg side. Still 3 back on the leg side and 1 at deep cover, as the boundary riders long on deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Just doesn't carry to Armitage, and Sophia Turner can't get there. It's going to be a boundary, a much needed one for the Blaze. Gordon is off the mark straight away. Much needed just to try and give her side a little bit of a kick. Try and put some semblance of pressure back on the hosts. Five off the over, 4 left, 106 for 7. I think as well that some people may question the chop and change of the bowlers, as you don't allow the bowlers to get into rhythm. But then you pointed out as well, Josh, quite brilliantly, that sometimes it's not the worst thing for bowlers to know they're just on for 1 over and coming back off. Sophia Turner replaces Heather Graham, because from the batter's point of view, you then can't really eye a bowler up. You can't line them up knowing that they're going to come back for a second.
It's also the beauty of having a side with such depth.
So Armitage has used 6 bowlers today. Turner's in for a third. Oh, just wrong foot. Catherine Fraser on the edge at point, and Claridge gets a boundary as well. Ultimately, not the worst result for Durham. They'll feel pretty confident that they're ahead of the game right now, but it's, as we talked about at the start, the same way they needed to pull the power play back. You don't want to let the innings get away from you right now at the end. You've done all the good work. You just want to bank on it. may look for 2 here. I think wisely, Gordon sends back Claridge. That's aerial. That's through the gap as well. That's going to be 4 more. I don't think Gordon has any second thoughts about how she's going to go about this inning. She is going to try and drag her team to somewhat of a competitive total.
It's interesting that they don't have a deep extra cover. The plan must be just to go straight. As that all trickle down.
It's going to be 5 wides, I think. Oh, no, 4 leg buys. Did wonder, didn't see if there was any pad on that, but umpire's in a best seat in the house. Yeah, I'd have thought it is deep extra cover. I think it's Emily Windsor out there at the minute, a deep extra cover away to our left-hand side, and still the 3 leg side. I did wonder after that second 4 through point whether they would have reinforced and sent someone on the back, sent someone back on the fence. It's a good comeback from Turner, that. So a little bit of a kick this over for the Blaze. We come towards the end of the 17th. Pulled away. Good teamwork on the boundary. We'll keep it to 2. So 2 boundaries off the bat, 4 leg buys, 2 and a 1 from that over. Blaze moved 121 for 7. 3 overs left, and looks like Katie Levick is going to bowl out for Armitage, but she is going to change ends. She's going to come from the Lumley end rather than the Finkel end where she bowled the 3 overs beforehand. We mentioned the cut-off, Josh. We said they'd get there quite comfortably. It is going to be a little bit tight. If my eyes don't deceive me, Durham currently have 11 minutes to get through these 3 overs. Obviously, Levick here being a spinner will help. But depending on if you go back to Graham or not. Oh, it's a missed opportunity. It's got to be said, it's a missed opportunity. It's one of the only few mistakes that has really come in from Durham so far, but that should have been the back of Claridge mis-stumping. But very good follow. That ball, that first ball was given a wide as well down the leg side. And given out, Levick strikes. She's had to wait her time, but she's finally in the wickets column. And a very crucial late strike for Holly Armitage's side. The Blaze lose their 8th. Claridge gone for 9.
And you'd have to think they'll be looking at not even bowling the full 20. They'll be looking to knock the Blaze over.
Durham ideally want this done by the end of this over. They want this done ASAP. Like you said earlier, they will still be pretty confident that they can chase this. Although, what's the old saying? Don't judge a pitch until both teams are batted on it. That's been brought out quite a bit over the recent Test series between England and New Zealand. Still the same here. Josie Groves is in at number 10. And I think ultimately the most important thing is making sure she gets her captain on strike by any means necessary. Gordon's got to try and marshal her troops here, and she's got to look after the tail and try and get as many balls as possible. He's really zipped through that from Levick really quick. All the way into the deep. Armitage still going with 3 on the leg side, although it might actually... No, there is a long off in play. The rain has now returned slightly. It's a little bit heavier than before, so fits and spurts of rain coming in at Banks Homes Riverside. That's aerial and just lands in front of Bess Heath, and that's going to trickle away for 4. Gordon trying to get a bit of a move on. Picks up another boundary. She's going 14 off 7. She's going to be
boundary that.
Yeah, last ball of the over. She's going to be trying to look for a single here. So how does Levick scheme it up? Just straight through it. That's how she does it. Brilliant work from the Durham leggy, removing the last recognised batter of the Blaze lineup, and she's quite sensibly not wanting too many celebrations. She's aware of the cut-off time that Durham have got to reach. A beautiful delivery there from Levick, ripping through the defences of Kirsty Gordon. And the Blaze are now 9 down. Levick finishes with figures of 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 27. Another really good outing for the leggy. Looks like it's going to be Heather Graham to return for her final one from the Finkel end. So in terms of looking at the final over, Sophia Turner could bowl it, Catherine Fraser could bowl it, or Trudy Johnson, who was a very expensive first up, 2 overs, number 28 for her. Cut off the back foot. Sensibly will just be 1. Yeah, that rain is definitely heavier than it was earlier. In a way, it's quite fortunate it's coming at the back end of the innings. So ground staff have made their way back over to their seats on the right-hand side. They're on high alert in case anything, in case they need to run on with the covers, but I think the umpires here are going to try and get this innings finished before they have to take any action. Definitely from a Durham point of view, they want to stay out there. They want to try and get all of these 10 wickets. That'll just be 1 as well. It's deep extra cover. Long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square are the 4 out. Big swing across the line from Groves. Again, another good take from Rogers, who's had a reasonably clean game behind the stumps. Those wides early on from Johnson were not the easiest to take, and I think there was a miss stumping in there. But apart from that, there's not really been too much to say about her glove work. From a negative point of view, another good take there. That's just something you want from your keeper. It's if you don't notice your keeper's there, then they've had a good innings, and she certainly had that. behind the stumps again, especially as we mentioned, she's pretty much done all 20 overs really, standing up to the stumps. Half the way, burst through Armitage's hands, but another tidy over from Graham. She finishes with figures of 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22, and Durham have comfortably made their cut-off time, so they can keep that extra. They can keep those 4 fielders out as more of the men's coaching staff start to trickle in ahead of that 3:30 start for Durham against the Notts Outlaws. It's going to be Catherine Fraser to bowl the final over. I think it's the right move. It's not been Trudy Johnson's day with the ball after quite a magnificent spell against Lancs, I think, on Friday night. 3 for 9. That's high. I think he's got the distance. It does indeed. It's Maddie Villiers out there at long on, but a really sweet connection from Groves. Maybe Villiers lost it a little bit in the flight, but would have been a very difficult attempt anyway. And the Blaze get themselves up to 136 for 9 with 5 balls left of their innings. That's another sweet connection. It's going to be another 6 as well. The slog sweep from Josie Groves. Trying to finish with a flourish. The Blaze get to that 140. And now, Josh, you are thinking, can we get that 150?
Yeah. Touching on that drop 2 balls ago, I think she'll be a bit disappointed she didn't snag it. I think that wind probably playing a bit of a factor down there. Big response needed here.
Fires that one in down the leg side. Is she going to get away with it? She is indeed. It's leg byes rather than a wide. I
think it's key for the Blaze as well now. Just take a little bit of momentum with them into their bowling innings. Equally as Durham probably wanting to go into their batting innings with more of this momentum that they've kind of gained. Very good quick single.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bye. No, inside edge onto the pad. Not even an inside edge. Umpire signals leg bye. But I think it's the right move from Groves there. She needs to face as many balls as possible here. So very quickly calling through her partner. That one is going to land safe. Shouldn't be 2 there. Shouldn't be 2. They're going to get away with it. It's all going on in this final over. Did not get anywhere near as good of a connection there. But because the fielders on the leg side are right back on the boundary, it was going to have to be Catherine Fraser. I don't think she quite spotted it straight away. And then she's able to come back for the second and keep the strike. For the final ball of the innings, can the Blaze get a boundary to set Durham 150 plus? It won't be a boundary. It will be a single. So Durham will have to chase 148 here at Banks Homes Riverside. The Blaze got off to a really hot start at the beginning. 25 off the first 2 overs. Trudy Johnson struggling to find her length early on. But much like for the men's team, it's the spin twins of Maddie Villiers and Katie Levick that came back in and grabbed a hold of the run rate. Maddie Villiers, the standout performer. 4 overs, 4 for 14. Ably supported by Levick. 2 wickets for 27. Heather Graham picks up 2, so Maddie Villiers is now the leading wicket taker out in front for the season, and Sophia Turner picks up the other 1 for the Blaze. A few starts, but not a lot else. A bit of nice impetus at the end from Gordon and Groves, but outside of Kelly and Charlie Knott, not a lot really to talk about. So Durham, when we come back, are chasing 148 to take another step closer to finals day. Welcome back to Banks Homes Riverside. You are watching the live stream in association with Daffa News. The umpires are making their way back out to the middle. The Durham opening batters are at the edge of the boundary edge, and the Blaze are having their final chat before they approach this second innings. Myself and Josh still with you here on the live stream. Still some rain just trickling about. Has eased up a little bit during the interval. It did get a little bit, probably the heaviest we've seen it, but it's now tidied up a little bit, and it is going to be the captain, Holly Armitage, on the left of your picture, and Maddie Villiers to open the batting for Durham as they chase 148 to beat the Blaze and take a massive step towards securing a top 4 spot in the Vitality Blast, and therefore a trip down to the Oval for finals day before the month is out. Durham currently sit third on 27 points, the Blaze 2 points back in fourth, and Somerset are in fifth on 19 points. They don't play till Tuesday. I think they're away at Essex. So if Durham come away with the spoils here and Somerset lose on Tuesday, I think that would do it for the girls to book their spot at their big day out. It's going to be a sisterly affair to kick things off for the Blaze. Sarah Bryce has got the gloves, and Catherine Bryce is going to open the bowling. And Josh, it's no surprise that the Blaze are going to their big guns straight up to try and get some early wickets. Almost first ball. It's going to be a wide instead, and that was something that, just looking back at the scorecard there, Durham had 19 extras on their innings, 13 wides and 6 leg byes, so it's probably the only real blot on the record from that bowling innings. It's going to be another wide.
Stone similar fashion to Durham. I think it'd be key that they kind of just stamp the authority early here. Durham back up. It was in the end probably about 20 runs more than they would have ideally liked.
Armitage gets the first runs off the bat. It's going to be tight, but they'll get home. I like the clarity and the calling there from the captain straight away. It wasn't a wait or anything. It was straight away, yep, I want to. She gets to, I believe, some of the men's players are now trickling in as well. I think that might be... Might be the men's skipper. That's down the leg side. And again, good calling. I think Maddie Villiers has called that one. It's going to be a wide and one. So Catherine Bryce just struggling with her length first up. Stand corrected, it's not the men's captain, it's Dale Benkenstein, batting coach this year after leaving his role with, I believe he was last at Gloucestershire or Lancashire. He's definitely been at both of those, but he's come back to North East this year as a batting consultant to kind of bolster the ranks underneath Ryan Campbell. Villiers goes for a big hoik, and I think maybe, well, nothing on that. Umpire signals by, and again, it's good calling from Holly Armitage. There is the fielder at short, fine leg, but Armitage, I think, wants to, as you say, Josh, he wants to stamp the authority early. That will help. That will help stamp the authority. A beautiful extra cover drive from the skipper. First boundary for Durham.
just a touch too wide, I think. She's looks to be getting a little bit of in swing, hence the two fielders outside the ring, stationed quite square.
That's better. That's more the line and length that Bryce needs to hit if she wants to have some success. Yeah, eerily similar starts for both teams with the bat. There is that in swing. Should just be one, and will be, so Armitage will keep the strike, and Durham will take 12 off the opening over, requiring 148 to win. Looks like it's going to be Charlie Knott to kick things off from the Lumley end. I think maybe Kirsty Gordon taking a bit of inspiration from what Maddie Villiers and Katie Levick were able to do in the power play for Durham, and going straight to spin, see if a few can grip and turn. And Armitage reads that one really quickly. Away on the leg side. Wasn't perfectly timed, but it's enough for two. And that's something we really didn't see from the Blaze, Josh, is that we didn't see a load of twos. It was mainly ones, and that's partly good fielding, but maybe you could point to that as a slight negative on the batting side, is that just finding the pockets wasn't really optimised enough. Really tossed up there from Not an Armitage. Does well to resist the temptation to go aerial. Just takes a single. Villiers will mark out her middle guard stump. She's going to go middle and off. Yeah, a bit more middle and off. Again, two fielders square on the leg side. There is that bounce there off the top half of the bat. You could tell Villiers wasn't comfortable with how that came off the bat face. Almost like a hockey shot, that. Really pulled it all the way along the carpet. Out to deep mid-wicket.
Pace off seeming to do the trick. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's obviously the benefit you have of batting first and knowing you can bowl second, is you can see what works for the opposition. Again, Armitage gets it through extra cover. Will it go all the way? No. Good fielding to keep it to two. But yeah, you would have been able to see, and that would have been what Kirsty Gordon would have talked about in the huddle of, right, what did Durham do really well? Well, they realised straight away that pace on wasn't working, so they went to change-ups, they went to slower balls into the surface, changed the grips. But ultimately, the biggest win was spin.
Yeah. 6
wickets shared between Villiers and Levick. Speaking of spin, Callum Parkinson down in front of us will more than likely be in the 11 that Ryan Campbell picks later this afternoon. Him and Nathan Salter will have a big job on their hands later on today. The second over done, 19 without loss. A bit more sedate second over. And yeah, I think, unsurprisingly, Kirsty Gordon is going to make a change. She's also going to bring herself on. But maybe, as you said earlier, Josh, the change-ups, that's not a bad thing. It also means that Bryce, if it comes to a tight game and you've got Catherine Bryce that can bowl 2 or 3 on the bounce at the end, you'd back her with the experience and the talent to keep you in a close game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key. Just staying in the fight. Not kind of dropping your head if 1 or 2 overs kind of get away from you. I think the nature of T20 cricket is you're always going to have 1 or 2 overs. Just ensuring that they aren't big overs. Both sides quite strong bowling lineups as well, so got a lot of kind of heads you can turn to.
Really nice. Really nice shot. Won't get 4, but just keep moving the pockets. Keep the 2s going. You know, try and just put something in Gordon's mind of, I've got, obviously the power play you're restricted, but you need to try and plug one gap and then you can hit it somewhere else. It's a very risky shot, high risk, high reward. If she misses that, she's probably walking straight back for LBW, but really nice reverse sweep there. And then there's a punch down to long on. So long on and kind of a deep straight mid wicket. It's not your traditional sort of cow corner position. So that's a thick inside edge from Villiers. Just struggling to get going at the minute. Just 1 from 5. She takes a Charlie Knott approach of standing way across her stumps, trying to manoeuvre it through the gap on the leg side. A sweet connection to the edge of the circle will be a single. So Villiers will keep strike. So a really tidy first over from Gordon. Just 6 from it. And Durham 25 for none off 3. So halfway through the power play.
I think just rotating strikes is going to be key here. Especially for Villiers, who hasn't quite got off to the start. Should ideally have got 1s and 2s are fine.
Emily Windsor getting loose. Would expect her in at first drop. Georgia Elwes into the attack, and Villiers immediately going leg side, trying to split those fielders. There's a slight misfield, but won't cost them a run. Yeah, no doubt Maddie will be slightly, I'm not sure annoyed is the right word, but she obviously will be cognizant of the fact that she's maybe not hitting it quite sweetly in a minute, but she has the experience already in her career to know that there's no need to hit the panic button and try and get a big 6 to get herself going. You know, she's batting with her captain. If you can keep trying finding the pockets, turn 1 to 2s, and ultimately there will be a ball that you can try and carve away that can get you going. And it's once you do get that one that you do feel in, that's where you hit the button of, right, we're going to carry this on. And it also works that they've seen what happened with the Blaze in terms of when they lost wickets in clumps, the run rate started to falter. They weren't able to hit many boundaries until the back end, when obviously you are just going to swing for the hills and hope that something lands. So just got to be... I don't mind this approach at the minute, especially with Armitage going reasonably well at the other end. And that's why I don't mind that approach. There is a ball that you're able to carve away, and Villiers is too good to bowl back of a length and wide down the leg side. Carves that away. That's the first 6 of the innings for Durham.
Latched onto that very nicely. Just kind of set up nicely for... Made no mistake at all.
Goes again. Nowhere near as much power on it, so it'll just be 1. And also, we've spoken about it, the weather being around. The Duckworth-Lewis par score right now is 21. Durham are well ahead on that as well. So, obviously, make the most of the power play where you can, and that brings a change in the field. They bring mid-wicket up and send cover back for Holly Armitage. And it almost carries to that field. It bounces in front of Bryce. She wasn't able to take it, and it's Gordon that has to run to do the fielding, and it'll be a couple. So there you go. That's just 1 boundary on the over, but you take singles, you take 3 singles and a 2 off it as well. It's still a very good over. So Durham now 4 overs in, 36 without loss, requiring a further 112. Bryce is going to be brought back. I think that maybe is a telling sign of how Kirsty Gordon feels this is going. Of she needs her strike bowler to produce the goods. Almost does straight away. Oh, that is a big, big chance. The skipper has put down Maddie Villiers on 11. And when you're already slightly behind on DLS and know that these two can go big, you need to take your opportunities. Insult to injury as well. The next ball goes for 4. That is a very, very good. That is a very costly chance that Kirsty Gordon has put down.
It's always how it tends to go as well. After a drop, very next ball goes for a boundary.
It wasn't a difficult chance either.
No, you'd 9 times out of 10 you'd have to take that. Didn't have to do a whole lot for it either. Straight to her.
Oh, good fielding from Bryce off her own bowling. Very good. Stopped the single there. I mean, yeah, it almost went to her in slow motion. It was off the slice of the bat. Maddie had got nowhere near it in terms of out the middle of the bat. The timing was all off.
The sort of catches you're getting in practice.
Exactly. That is... It's big. And then a bit of luck as well for Villiers. She gets another 4. And Durham have made a solid start to this chase. Going to be another boundary. It's going to be another 4. So 3 4s for Maddie Villiers, who now looks like she's in the mood. And Durham, 48 without loss with one over left in the power play. So already that drop has cost the Blaze, it's cost them 8 runs. We had the drop for Marie Kelly when she was on 28 and she only added another 9. But Maddie Villiers is too good of a player to give a second life to. Not back in for the final over of the power play. And Armitage brings the reverse scoop out. That's coming out right down in front of us. It's going to be another boundary. The 50 partnership is up between Armitage and Villiers. And the Blaze look a little bit bereft of answers right now.
It's a really good option.
I'm surprised that fielder is at sort of a backward point rather than a short third. This one's pulled out to mid-wicket. It's a very evenly balanced partnership as well, both pretty much contributing half to it. Armitage a bit more power first up, able to find the middle of a bat, and Villiers taking a bit of time but getting bad balls and second chances and making the most of them. That's not a bad ball, that's just an outstanding cricket shot. That is brilliant from Maddie Villiers. Slog sweep, keeping it away from that fielder at mid-wicket and depositing it up towards Bannatynes. I'm not going to say that phrase smart cricket, but just not taking the extra risk. You've already got 11 off the over. No need to really go looking for anything more now. Obviously, if it's there, you go for it, but you've done your damage here. You know, you don't need to chase it of maybe do you try and turn that slight misfield into a single, then it becomes a run out, you know. Just cool, calm, collected from these two in the middle at the minute.
Certainly got things very much under control.
And then you get a rank half toss to end the power play and you punish it for 4. That is a very good final over for Durham. They end the power play 64 without loss, requiring just 84 more to win and comfortably ahead of any Duckworth-Lewis comparisons. Gordon's going to bring herself back now that she can spread the field and try and plug some of those gaps, but the damage may have been done already. I think the biggest part is keeping those wickets in the shed of not exposing Emily Windsor too early or Bess Heath, just making sure that those guys will have they'll have some runs behind them in terms of the scoreboard, and they don't feel the pressure of are we behind the 8 ball here? Do we need to try and force the agenda? They are well ahead of the game.
Yeah, these two have definitely kind of laid down a very strong foundation in this run chase, which is always very key. I think it's very much just don't change any sort of intent with the way you're playing now. Like you said, you hit a couple boundaries early in the over. You don't necessarily have to go searching.
If it's there to be put away, you put it away, but and these two are smart enough to understand the game situation. I think there's a big difference that needs to be distinguished between knowing what the game situation is and understanding what the game situation is. As Villiers uses the feet and will just rotate for one. Anyone can read a score. Anyone can read a scoreboard. Anyone can read what you have to win or so many overs. But how do you set about a plan of going about your business and making sure you stick to it? We saw it in the field. The fielders knew exactly where they were going. The bowlers knew exactly what they were going to bowl. Holly knew who she was going to pick when, or had an idea. But then knowing how to put that into practice is a different skill. This has been very good from Gordon, though. Just a single. Really keeping it tight. Obviously, she'll be feeling the hurt of dropping Villiers. That's already cost them 20 runs. So Armitage uses the feet, and Bryce as well down in front of us to keep it to just one.
When you get off to such a fly like this, all of a sudden, the batters are dictating where the bowlers bowl. Gives them some real good control.
Yeah, that's gone. Maddie Villiers gone for 31, trying the reverse sweep. We've seen it from Holly Armitage earlier. It's high risk, high rewards. If you do miss it and you are hit on the pads, you are more than likely going to be given. And so she was giving her life on 11. She made pretty good use of it to hit an extra 20. She's now gone for 31, and a very good over of slightly building some pressure from Kirsty Gordon ends in the wicket of Maddie Villiers. It's a very good knock. She's had a very good game. If Durham end up going on to win this, she may well be player of the match. But unfortunately, her innings ends on 31. It does bring Emily Windsor out at number 3.
A much needed wicket from the Blaze. It's just starting to kind of get away from them a little bit. Some crucial overs now. Similar to the first innings, if you can kind of just plug away a little bit, completely changes the game. I think equally Durham will be very, very happy with that start.
Absolutely. If you'd have told any of the Durham playing 11 or the coaching staff that 7 overs in you'd be 66 for 1, they would have snapped your hand off. But it's now just finding the importance as Andrews comes in for the first time, that you now don't just kind of rest on your laurels. You kind of got to keep going and back it up. That's really good gap management from Armitage. You'll pick up 2. And it's just, I know it's maybe you think you're ahead of the game, but from a fan's point of view, you kind of just keep going. Just keep going how you are. Why change what's worked? But there's a reason why they are the professionals, and we just get to sit and watch them. That's a thick inside edge. That will be 1. Windsor on strike now for the first time. Takes middle. So long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and deep cover. Very similar to what Armitage set for her bowlers. Kirsty Gordon now moves a fielder from the leg side over to the offside, really trying to bowl straight here. So Windsor goes paddle just where that fielder came from. First ball is going to go for 2. Yeah, will be 2. Again, that's just really having the confidence to do it, but also knowing that that fielder had just been moved from short fine leg to short third. She's now going to go back to short fine leg and stay there. Just knowing where your gaps are and knowing what shots you can use to get yourself into a good position to get some runs. That's really good as well. Straight back down the ground. Will just be one. There you go. 4 balls in, 2 twos and 2 singles. 6 off the over. And that's what you need. That's the required run rate from here on in. Fielder jumps from mid-wicket over to backward point. Tossed up, and that's a lovely shot. Very good fielding as well. Keep it to 2. She gave the invitation there, did Andrews. Really floated it up and got it to dip just under Armitage's eye line. But Durham captain wasn't phased, kept it all along the carpet for 2. Durham moved 74 for 1, requiring a further 74. They are bang on halfway to the target. Pretty calm looking Durham dugout there.
And what looks to be what will just be the second over of this match where the keeper isn't up to the stumps.
Yeah, going to be a change. That's when I think this might be Thanawala. Oh, no, excuse me. Emma Jones, I think, is going to be tossed the ball by Kirsty Gordon. I think she wants her deep backward square to be probably just in front of square on the offside. She's got third, long leg and deep backward square. Bryce is in a catching mid-wicket. Jones is into Windsor. Gordon now moving deep backward square behind and bringing sort of a cover point in. Lovely pull shot. It's a bit of a nothing ball that from Jones. It's neither short nor full, just kind of just up there and just bounces really nicely onto the middle of Armitage's bat.
We've seen it very well. And with the way she is batting, not going to miss out on that. I can't imagine that was the planned delivery based off this field set, but I don't think Dunn will be too phased.
She now caresses it along to deep square. Moves to 40 from just 25 deliveries. 4 fours for her. As like we talked about with Villiers being off to a slightly slower start compared to Armitage, it allows Windsor not the same luxury because you're still in a pressure situation, but it's not add pressure when you get a ball like that and all you can do is keep it out knowing that your captain's there at the other end. He's just hit a 4. The rate is 6. You have 6 already.
Work yourself into the game a little bit.
Yeah, and Emily's a very smart player. She's got a lot of experience from her time down at Hampshire with the Vipers. She's been in these sort of situations before and she's had a few knocks of note this year. So that Pearce is a fielder on the ring and Emily's going to come back for 2. It's good running. Very good running from the pair of them.
We've talked about it today as well, the intent Durham have had with their running.
Yeah, it's been very clear ones, or when they know they can maybe push for two, they've turned a maybe into a definite, let's go for it. And that says a lot about the clarity of thought, the clarity of communication. That's their very well directed short ball there from Jones to finish. Windsor just ducks out the way. It's 82 for 1 off 9. And I think that also, it's probably it's slightly linked to that, probably the communication coming from the coaching staff as well. Of, you know, Danny obviously has her own style of coaching, but there are some similarities you could point out between herself and Ryan Campbell, and it's a bit of a club thing. If they want to be positive, they want to be on the front foot, they want to take the smarter or the more positive option to be on that front foot, and one of those can just be as simple as, okay, let's push for twos. Let's not just settle on ones. If we can get twos, let's get them. So, you know, some people may think we're talking absolute rubbish, but it is what it is. Gordon back in, 1 for 8 from her too. Really good over, coming straight out the power play, and she has a bit more of a point to prove after that drop as well. One offside fielder, 3 leg side fielders on the ring, and Long On is going to trot in for that single. So looking at the bowling options, Gordon's now into her third, so she has 1 after this. Catherine Bryce has 2. Charlie Knott has 2. Elwis has got 3, and so do Andrews and Emma Jones. So Gordon also employing 6 bowlers. Windsor cuts that, but can't get it past the ring field. She'll also send it to Long On.
Very tidy over this from Gordon. Stuck to her kind of her line and her length. Happy to give that one down to Long On. Almost enticing her to try and hit square, which again brings in LBWs and the sort of you miss I hit that we saw a bit of in the first innings.
Yeah, very tidy over, just 4 singles from it. She needs her teammates to back her up now. Halfway stage, Durham 86 for 1, requiring a further 62 to take the points. This is where those earlier overs that went for a few runs, Durham now know the talk between Armitage and Windsor out there is, it's run a ball. It's a run a ball to win. So Gordon, it may be a case of they're quite happy to see Gordon off of 4-5 and over, knowing they're confident enough to take away or to try and take down some of the other bowlers. Andrews gets a switch of end. She comes to the Finkel end. Thick edge, and it'll be 2 to Windsor.
And it sort of eliminates that whole scoreboard pressure situation where, like you say, if you do see Gordon for 3 or 4 or 5, you can back yourself to pick 8 or 9 off at the other end. I'm sure these two will be well aware of that as well.
Yeah, both very smart players. As I say, Emily's got a lot of experience from her time at Hampshire, and Holly's been in and around England setups, England Lions setups, or the equivalent for the women's team. Obviously, franchise tournaments as well. Again, bringing out the reverse sweep, and that's straight to the fielder, and it's very good recognition from Windsor that if she set off straight away, she could probably get there. And Holly's obviously had some time in Australia over the winter, and she's played in the 100 as well, so she's played a lot of cricket. She understands how to get herself out of certain situations and what's needed when, and is a big reason why she's been club captain. I think it was with the Diamonds as well. Well, that was still kind of a mix of players from the Durham area and the Yorkshire area before the women's game went professional here in this country. As Windsor comes down the track, very well stopped by Andrews, who is backing her captain up here. Just 4 so far. It's the one thing the Blaze haven't been able to do, is do back-to-back overs of keeping it tight. If they can get away, if they can get out of this over now with just another 1 or a 2, yes, Durham are still comfortable there, but just plant little seeds of questioning. Will just be 1 there. So 5 off that over. 91 for 1. Tickets still available on the gate if you want to come down for the afternoon here at Banks Homes Riverside. We even accept dogs. So bring your dog along. Get yourself some tickets. I know it's a big day of sport here in England. Get yourself some tickets. Get yourself down to the Riverside. Enjoy some really good cricket.
And the rain has looked to stay away as well.
Yeah, this ground is pretty much its own microclimate, in that you look at the forecast all around and you look at it and go, oh, there's a lot of rain kicking about, and it always just seems to either never be as bad as it's expected to be, or sometimes it's worse than expected. It just has its own little niche of sort of, all right, what's it doing in Newcastle? What's it doing in Sunderland? What's it doing in Durham? It's like, oh, so we'll hit Chester Street then? Maybe not. Armitage just having some running repairs. That has allowed Gordon to just have a bit of a conference with 2 of her more experienced players in Elwys and Bryce. It looks like it's going to be Elwys.
I'm just casting my eye onto the cut-off point. About 35 minutes to get through the remaining 9. There could also be a bit of a factor if we go down to the wire here.
Yeah, I think they'll add a couple of minutes on here for Armitage having that treatment while we were discussing microclimates. So that they'll get a couple of minutes back for that. But yeah, it's always something to be wary of. Really nicely played that from Windsor. I think she was looking to duck originally. That was the intention. She wants 2. She's going to get 2 as well. Really good from Durham's number 3. I think it was another well-directed short ball from Elwys. We saw Emma Jones send one down. Some of the male coaching staff get to work. For the men's game, later on. Some of the boys are in the house. I think Graham Clark, after his exploits on Friday at Headingley, is now Durham's record T20 run scorer. I believe that's Scott Borthwick as well, in the middle of his benefit year. I think he had a decent day out for Hartlepool yesterday as well. A few runs for Badger. Clipped to mid-wicket. Rotate the strike. Long leg now comes up for Armitage, so deep backward square goes out. So does deep mid-wicket, but not all the way back on the fence. Long on, and then deep cover as well.
Clubbed, unable to find the gap. A good little period this for the Blaze.
Yeah, this, I think, again, if they see what happens with this last ball, but I think that would make it 3 overs on the trot without a boundary for the hosts. It will be 3 overs on the bounce and not even a single there. But that's why you do that's why you get the hard work done in the power play of, what was it, 64 odd off the power play, 66 off the power play. Have those runs in the bank so that you're not really stressing out right now at 53 off 48. You know, it's still very much Durham favourites to win with 9 wickets left, and definitely one set batter in Armitage. Windsor's starting to find her rhythm as well. As Charlie Knott is going to get change of ends to come from the Finkel end. Casey Aldridge, a bit of a tough night out for him with the ball on Friday. Going to go have a net round the back. So long on. Again, it's the pretty much the same fields we're seeing every over. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and that deep cover point. Interesting to see Armitage's stance here, showing her stumps. She wants to try and access this leg side, but also try and go aerial through the offside as well. See what Windsor does if she does anything similar. She's an interesting angle as well for not right arm coming round the wicket. Maybe again just trying to keep building that pressure. Nicely played from Windsor. The obvious thing here for Knott is that she can't stray leg side. Anything leg side is going to be given a wide. That rain has now just started to return. I think that's missed everything. Will it go for 4? That's phenomenal fielding. I think it's Andrews who's pulled that in just shy of the rope. It's going to be given as leg bys by the umpire. I believe that is Thanawala who is down there with Andrews to keep that. And that's the sort of things in a tight game like this. Not giving up and making sure you're fighting for every run possible. As the 100 is up for Durham. In a very strong position in this game right now, but they've got the most important job ahead of them yet, which is finishing the game off.
Very well bowled.
Beautiful, nice little bit of turn as well.
Definitely still a lot of life left in this pitch for the spinners.
She's got away with that one there, though, as well. That should have been deposited. We're on the boundary. That's now 4 overs without one, but Durham, as we say, still very strong. 47 off 7 required.
The Blues definitely done well to claw their way back somewhat.
They're giving themselves a chance. Gordon's going to bowl out here. Windsor's going to take her on for 1 there.
I think it's key that Windsor doesn't get too complacent here and supporting Armitage very well at the minute.
Very nicely played into the ground. Should be 2. Very well stopped. Is 2. For Armitage, she goes to 48. It's been another really impressive knock for her. I think it's Catherine Bryce, doing the fielding down at long on.
These two both know as well if they can both remain at the crease at the end of the 20. If it does go the full 20, they've given themselves and the side the best chance at winning. So I think if they are still in come the end of the innings, you'd have to back that they'll see Durham home.
Windsor 19 off 24, Armitage 49 off 35. And that's 50 for the captain. Really well-timed knock. Aggressive in the power play when she needed to be. 4 fours, 50 from 36 deliveries. Has been a little bit more watchful since the power play's ended and she's lost Maddie Villiers, but a crucial knock nevertheless, and no doubt in her mind she wants to be there at the end to knock off the runs. Oh no. The first bit of miscommunication we've had, and Emily Windsor is not even in frame by the time the ball is back in Kirsty Gordon's hand. She finishes with very impressive figures. 4 overs, 1 for 18. Windsor, I say, the first bit of miscommunication. Armitage was wanting the single. Windsor was not expecting it. And she has to go for 19. If there is a positive from that, from Durham's point of view, is that Armitage is still there. The last person you wanted out there was the captain. So Windsor goes for 19 and Bess Heath joins Holly Armitage in the middle. Catherine Bryce back in to the attack. And can the Blaze just stem that pressure even more? Nice looking shot from Heath. Now settle for one. Change up in the comms box. Harry Dawson's come down to join me, and Harry, Durham are in a strong position, but the Blaze are just starting to put a little bit of pressure back on them right now.
Yeah, but I think, listen, Durham will be happy with the position that they find themselves in currently. Just kind of been cruising through this, and Bess Heath obviously comes in, big hitter towards the back end of the innings. So with the run rate hovering around 7.3, 7.4, I don't think the game's too far beyond reach at the minute. But fair play, the Blaze have come back into this after a very strong Durham start with the bat.
Yeah, the middle overs, they've just kept themselves in it really. They've not really allowed Durham to properly get away. The power play was definitely a strength for Durham, 110 for 2 with 5 left. You know, you look at it, it's 38 off 30. You would back the batting side here in pretty much every situation. Maybe if there were a few more wickets down, then it becomes a bit more of an interesting story. But you look at that from a batting point of view in the T20 game now, and it should be the batting side getting home here. I think Bessie's, as well, as you said, she was away with England A. For the women, so I think she got them over the line in a game against India at Chelmsford, and that, like you say, that was some big hitting at the end. So she's full of confidence after those exploits.
I think so, and I think as well you got to look at what's to come. Heather Graham, I think, is due in next, and obviously a women's Big Bash winner over the winter, and with the Hobart Hurricanes, and she's a player that can strike a ball as well. So I think you've got to kind of have Durham as a favourite here, but obviously, as we say, the Blaze are well in the game too.
Yeah, Elwes back into the attack from the Lumley end. No wickets, but just a 15 runs for her. Keeper back up to the stumps, and Heath goes leg side. They should get 2 here. She's found a pocket, and good running from the pair. Get back comfortably for 2. Yeah,
one thing Durham have definitely improved on this year, and this is perhaps in both formats of the game, is a running between the wickets. Holly Armitage a big part in that, but yeah, they'll be looking to continually run those 1s and 2s as Bess Heath wants to push for 2 again there, but they'll settle for a single.
Really nice looking shot that from Armitage. Well fielded, will just be 1.
Yeah, 4 from the first 3 balls of this over. If Durham could repeat that, or look for a boundary as well, I'm sure they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, the run rate, it's not as if 10s are needed or 12s are needed and you're looking for boundaries every ball, which brings about your wickets. You know, that it's been kept very much in check of, you know, they've managed to keep it at a runner ball for probably the best part of 8-9 overs. And so therefore not a lot of risks have to be taken.
Yeah, as you say, the power play and the innings side so strongly. Durham have just been looking for singles. I haven't looked to force the issue, and I suppose that lack of or mix up in communication for that run out is
that's really that's the only blot really from a batting point of view.
Yeah.
Seen some images of Will Rhodes, Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark going round for a net. That could be 2 there. I think, again, sensible, though. Don't need to risk it when you don't really need to. As you mentioned earlier, Graham Clark, Durham men's leading run scorer now. I think Will Rhodes played some club cricket yesterday. He was in the runs, and Ollie Robinson always close to the action and always just a couple of big hits away from having his say on things. That's high. It's going to land safe. Again, it'll just be 1. So 7 from the over. It's going to be 31 from 24. Durham still in the driving seat.
It's definitely within their grasp, but the run rate is creeping up. Not at a rapid rate, but
you don't really want much more than 17 or 18 off the final 2. That's when you're kind of in a bit of a tricky situation, I think. I think that's probably what Hollies and Best are thinking out there, if they can get it down to 15 or 16 from the final 2. Maybe this is the over Andrews comes back on. Maybe this is the one they've just had a chat out in the middle. Maybe this is the one where they go, okay, can we try and take a chunk out of this remaining 30? Can we get 10? Can we get 12? And just, you know, just keep it moving. It has been quite a while, though, since that last boundary. I think we're up to about 6 overs now since the last boundary was hit.
Yeah, I think it might have been the ninth over when the last boundary was struck. Bess Heath weighs up her options, 3 out on the leg side boundary. And she does go leg side. Has she picked the gap?
Yes,
Just
she has.
About as the diving Bryce is unable to stop that, and that's a key boundary for Durham.
There you go, 4 off the first ball now makes your task so much more easy. Off the remaining 5 of this over. It's a very good attempt from Bryce, but I think just a little bit too much work to do. She gets into a really powerful position there, does Bess Heath. That is high. It's going to be gone. It's a full toss. It was the right sort of option from Heath. It needed to be dispatched, but just not able to get enough on it, and that's a massive wicket for the Blaze. Bryce wasn't able to stop the boundary the previous ball. She gets the wicket the very next ball round, and the Blaze just dragged themselves back into it even more.
Yeah, it looked like she was going for the big shot there, Bess Heath, looking to clear the rope after just about picking the gap the ball before, and she's hauled out to the fielder on the boundary, replaced by the incoming Heather Graham, Durham's Australian overseas. 3 down now, with the required rate matching exactly the current scoring rate. DLS sits at 114, so Durham still leading on that front with a bit of weather around.
Still going to go 3 and 1 for the ring fielders, 3 on the leg side for Graham, and just deep cover out on the offside. But if Andrews can just try and keep it quiet, there's just a single there, and this is where, obviously, like I say, both these two are very experienced players, gone through a lot of cricket, but Armitage as the set batter, I think,
Yeah, it was
kind of needs to take over now.
Great single there, though. Just pushing that one into the offside. Heather Graham knew exactly what she was doing there, getting the set batter back on strike. Just pushed out to deep cover by Armitage. He'll get a single. So rotation of the strike there. 6 from the first 4 balls of the over here. Graham this time going to mid off. They'll get another single. Charlie not doing the work for the Blaze.
And there is the second boundary of the over. Andrews gave Armitage the invitation, tossed it up above the eye line, and Armitage took it with aplomb. So 2 boundaries off the over. Yes, Bess Heath is gone, but 20 from 3 now for the hosts to rack up another victory.
Yeah, like you mentioned, you said with the Andrews bowling from the Finkel end, could Durham take a big over there? And I think that was 11 off that in the end. So maybe not as big as they wanted, but 11 from 31 of the 31 remaining.
It was enough. Like I said, I just don't think with how the pitch is played and, you know, how the Blaze would probably target these final 3 overs and how they want to bowl, maybe into the pitch, back of the length, cutters. You just don't want to give yourself too much. So the fact you're able to get a boundary off the first ball and a boundary off the last, work a few singles in there as well, you know, just make it easy for you. Now you're at 20 off 18. You know, you're basically back to that runner ball, where, you know, if there's some extras involved or, you know, a bad ball that you can easily put away for 4, you know, Elwys is going to bowl out here. She can't really afford to be on the pads.
Slightly outside off and push. They're looking for 2, but they won't get 2.
Yeah, she can't really afford, with the field she had there for that ball, it's now going to switch for Armitage, but she had no one back on the boundary leg side in terms of fine, like a fine leg or a wide deep backward square. You know, she couldn't afford to be on the pads there because Heather Graham would have just clipped her, and then all that pressure is released. So
Armitage gives herself room, but is followed by Elwys, and it's another single. So as you say, Durham run a ball, ticking over. 130 for 3 now. Rotation of the strike, so important in these closing stages. Just one boundary in it, and it makes it easily Durham's over. These two have so much experience and know what it's like batting together. To such good effect. Elwys in for the 4th ball. Outside off, and Holly Armitage finds the gap there. 4 runs through cover. Another important boundary from the captain. and Durham are closing in on their 148 target.
Yeah, unfortunate from the fielder that wasn't able to get down in time and keep it to one or maybe a dot, and it was just too much for the only fielder back on the offside to run all the way round and pull it in. But that is certainly a massive help for the hosts. That might be a no ball. That might be a no ball on height. It is. I'll just see what the umpire gives here. It is indeed a no ball and a boundary and a free hit for Armitage as well. Just didn't get that one right, Elwes, and that has most definitely ticked the scales in Durham's favour. Free hit. Armitage just takes it down to Bannatynes for one. I think as much as anything, she wants to strike. 1-4-1 for 3. 7 needed from 12. Apologies all, I think there's still one ball left. Everyone on the field had assumed that it was the end of the over, but with the no ball and the free hit, there is still one ball left of the previous over. Oh, that is remarkable fielding. An amazing take. And Heather Graham's got to depart. Really well taken, I think. That's Ella Claridge on the edge of the ring there. Really good. We saw one with Catherine Fraser when Durham were in the field, and Claridge has just produced something just as spectacular for the visitors. But it's probably going to be in vain. Still just 7 needed off the final 2 overs. Heather Graham goes for just 4. But the majority of the work has been done by the captain. Mia Rogers will step out to the middle and be with her captain for what should be the final over. Well, it's got to be Catherine Bryce or nothing now. Final over. She kind of, well, she does need Holly Armitage, no kind of about it. But the captain for Durham has played a remarkable knock regardless. It's a thick under edge, just misses the stumps, and it'll be 1. So Rogers on strike. Kirsty Gordon trying to work through the field settings. Durham now, no, 1 hit. 4-6 will do it. And so therefore, there is only 1 fielder out on the leg side. Everyone else is in the ring. Going to try and force Rogers to go all the way. This is good from Bryson. Good captaincy from Gordon as well. Trying to tip the game somehow back into the Blazers' favour. And they've picked up a wicket. That's a brilliant catch again. Charlie Knott diving forward mid-on. I said this should be the last over. I don't think it will be now. That's a really, really good take from Charlie Knott on the edge of the circle. Mia Rogers trying to go over the top and end the game or take Durham to relative safety, but she has to go without scoring, and now Emma Marlowe comes to the middle. And this game is still not won. Bryce to Marlowe. Marlowe takes the aerial route. Straight back over the bowler's head for 4. And that now is surely that. It's just going to be a matter of when for the hosts. A slight blip at the end. But a remarkable shot from Marlowe first up. Should now see them home. And with that single, the scores are level. Marlowe will have strike. And Durham are 1 ball away. The impossible task as a captain. Scores are tied. 1 full over left. How on earth do you concoct a field and a plan to try and steal a draw or a tie? They're fine on the cut-off. They will be in position by 19 minutes past 2. So still just the 1 out at a deep mid-wicket, although she's in about 15, 20 paces off the boundary, yet more discussions going on. Ollie Robinson picking the right time to finish his net. Marlowe on strike. Not to bowl. Straight to the fielder in tight. And that's that. Emma Marlowe with a clip to mid-wicket gets Durham over the line. A massive step towards Women's Blast final day for the hosts. And it's the 2 standout performances of Holly Armitage, 69 unbeaten from 47, and Maddie Villiers, 31 with the bat. A Durham career best 4 for 14 with the ball. And Durham get home. They take the points against the Blaze in the battle of 3rd v 4th. And while official qualification is not yet confirmed, they can basically taste it. Two teams shaking hands, Armitage and Marlow, with massive smiles on their faces. And in about an hour and 10 minutes, we've got the second half of today's doubleheader for you. Durham against Notts Outlaws. Stay with us for that. We will take a break on the live stream, but come back and join us at around 3:25 for that game. Thank you all for tuning in to this live stream associated with Dafa News. Durham women take the points, winning by 5 wickets against the Blaze.